Okay. So, welcome to the third stream for Summer of Double. It's been a bit. For people tuning in that don't know what this is, about a month and a half ago I started a project where every 2 weeks I open up a submission form for submitting 4-panel double charts for me to play on stream. And this is the third stream of the project. This third round has seen our highest chart count yet, with 24 charts and 15 unique submitters. As always, this stream wouldn't be possible without everyone submitting their charts, so huge thanks to everyone that submitted, for sure, as well as everyone tuning in today. If you wanted to submit but didn't get a chance to, or didn't hear about this event until after submissions closed, that's perfectly fine. This event is running all summer long, and there will be more opportunities to submit charts. And just like last time, after the stream is done, I'll be opening up the next period submission form, and that'll be another 2-week time frame for people to make and submit charts. I gather them up, get them ready to play, and then another stream will happen just like this one. So, let's get into it. The way it works is there are 3 options to pick the kind of feedback desired for each submission, which were no feedback, light, general, and heavy, in-depth. I actually, so the script is, copied from last time, which says I haven't seen any of these charts. That's a lie, because we did have a stream a few days ago over the weekend where Siring and Mang were over, and we, they played through most of the charts, and we did give all of them at least a watch. So none of these will be sight reads this time around, so I'll just put that out there. The VOD should be available on my Twitch page. So let's see. After that, after playing it once on pad, I might get up into another full playthrough or move on to giving feedback where I can, just depending on what was picked in the submission form. And I encourage discussion in the chat as well, because it's not just me that should be talking about these charts. I want everyone to talk about them and give their thoughts as well. And one last thing is that I looked at the difficulty spread. So this time around we have 1 8, 4 9s, 5 10s, 2 11s, 5 12s, 3 13s, 2 14s, and 2 15s. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to play through all of them, but I will give it my best shot. Let me just close a couple of things here real quick. Okay, so, let's get on to the first chart, which is... let's see here. Where are you? There you are. Self-destruct by LFK. And that is the only 8 in this pack. Actually, you know what? For the sake of the archive, I'll go through every single one of these as well. We did it before, just going through the preview musics, but I want to do it again. So here we go. Asahi, PCBoyGames, Shinji, Halo. Hope you're all doing well. So I guess for what it's worth as well, if there are multiple difficulties in a submission, I'll only just play the expert chart or the highest chart of the difficulty slots, or whatever, like one chart that's specified. roster for this submission period. And the first one is self-destruct. Only 8, so let's get to it. I don't know if I have much to say about that. Like, it's just like a really chill 8. Like, pretty standard. Yeah, it felt like pretty balanced. I did notice that I think a lot of time was spent on just one side, which isn't a bad thing. Like, here, I can go to practice mode and just kind of like look at how the columns are structured in terms of like placement. Hey, Chance. This is probably good for an 8, just to like chill on one side and then really gentle transitions over to the other. Like, pretty much all of the path transitions are crab walks, which is like basically not a crossover, just like stuff like that. And again, I think that's probably good for an 8, so there are crossovers in this chart for sure, but it's limited, I think, to when you're focusing on one side of the pad. Like right here, for example. Yeah. Very gentle 8. No complaints from me, really. Just kind of saying out loud what I've been observing from after playing it. Okay. We're already in the 9s. That was the only 8. So. Yeah, those the part where I missed, those pivots are hard to commit to. Not like they're bad. Actually, interestingly enough, at least at that speed, find the pivots going to the ups easier. I think if they were faster, the down pivots would be easier. But anyway, I know I pointed this out last time over the weekend. There were just a few spots that were like, where was it? It's usually right after these pivots, right? Yeah, I did find 3 instances of, I think the hold being, like the, I guess, incorrect notes of the jump. So like right here, you're going, so right, and then cross over to here, and then you do this jump. You're holding the down, and then it wants you to do this, because you're still holding down with your left foot. But I think there's like a mix-up somewhere. Oh, that's probably because of, what is it, I mean, the mic is like right by the speakers. I don't know how much I can do about it. I can try changing the offsets. I did it before. Here. I'm gonna try something real quick. So I changed the offset of the desktop audio. Tell me if the echo sounds any better, or if it's gone. But yeah, thanks for letting me know. I can try and fix it. It sounds worse, okay. So I probably adjusted it the wrong way. Okay, I adjusted it the other way now. How about this? Yeah, I was gonna just mention, so the holds after the jump are like the wrong arrow to be holding. Like if this is an up hold, it would be fine, because you're facing this way. And then if you're holding up, you could just hit left with your left, and then you'll be set up for the next jump. So there's just like a few instances of that. There were also a couple instances where like there were like small stretches. I'm trying to find where exactly they were. Okay, yeah, so that's a, I think, intended ghost step. Yeah, I guess there's like, this is okay because it's like a unique part of the chart, part of the song. Yeah, let's see. There's one other part. Okay, yeah, so this is like the next part, I think, that I was going to mention. It's like, I'm pretty sure it's the same problem, just like up-down mirrored. So like, and you cross over, and then holding up this time, but you're facing the other way, so yeah. I think if at this point of the pad transition and that whole pattern, this was switched to an up, it would work out. Like, and then the one before from up to down. And then I think there was one more after this. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, this is okay. So this is the same as the first one. Right, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so like either changing this note to the other up down for whichever it is of the variants you're changing, or changing the hold to the other one of the jump. Either one, I think, would work out fine. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Actually, the other thing you can do is change the left arrow. I think it's all left arrows for each of these iterations. The left arrow to the right arrow. And then you don't have to change anything about this part. So, yeah, like, one of these three notes in each iteration has to change. Just one. And then I think it'll be good. That was, like, the main thing I noticed. Other than that, yeah. Shark did a lot of interesting things, like simple 8 jacks, and then the pivots from the center. Those are always fun patterns to do. It's not too fast. It's what, like, yeah, 132. Yeah, nice chill 9. Okay, so that is done. So next one is Clair de Lune. Okay. Yeah, I was curious on playing this one when I saw it on stream over the weekend. Rhythms. Yeah, so that was like the big thing. I was wondering, like, it works either way with these holds specifically. Like, you don't have to hold in double step because, like, it's really all about what the intent was supposed to be, I think, because I'm not exactly sure. Because it works either way with like going like this or like this. But like the ladder with the wide up crossovers, that is a lot harder. Like especially at a tempo as slow as this, at eighths, like I think I would just want to do the double steps instead. Like those are infinitely more comfy. I think there's just one thing I wanted to check. One other thing that was maybe weird to me. Yeah, this was the thing that stood out, like the other thing. So I think this is just like an unintended double step after the down jack. It's not like a huge deal. I think an easy way to remedy that is just to extend this hold to the next note, like this uphold to the left arrow, and I think it would be fine. Just anything to indicate that like you should be double stepping from down to left with your left foot. So yeah, that's all fine and good. These are funny. Like, it works. It's just like a 180 going off to the side. So I think I did it like when I played it. I think the only other thing is that like some of these 16th note rhythms, I could be hearing it wrong, but they sound like straight triplets to me. Let's see. Yeah, those are, I think, this was actually 16. Yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to say about it, because, like, I think only light feedback was requested for that. And that's, like, the major things I wanted to just talk about. Okay, so next we have Shikairo Days. I think. Okay. SMH. Yeah. There's one thing that stood out like a lot to me. Just because I was expecting it to happen again and it never did. Where is it? Yeah, right here. The that pivot, like crossover up to up. This I don't think ever happens again in the chart. And because it doesn't happen again in the chart, it sticks out a lot. Like, I was maybe expecting it to happen around here. Yeah, so like this, and then 4 measures. That's usually a rule I use, is like, I don't know, the rule of 4. I'm just making this shit up right now, but it's kind of how I go about making charts. And in terms of like symmetry, like usually in music, regardless of time signature, phrases usually happen in 4s. So, I don't know, I was expecting like maybe a mirror variant, like an up-down mirror variant, or something else to like kind of come back to that up-up crossover. Also, wondering what the mines are doing specifically. I guess what, like, yeah, like when the vocals are doubled up, it looks like. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Like when the vocals have some kind of backing going on. So that's like a good consistency at least. I do like that down-up ending, though. That's cute. Okay, I was going to ask if there were, like, any jumps in this chart. Or if it's just, like, all 8 string. Apparently there's 8 jumps. But yeah, that's really the thing that sticks out to me like a sore thumb, is that highlighted section there with the up-up crossover. Everything else seems pretty decently balanced. As far as I could tell, there's nothing that like really stood out beyond that. Like, it's going back and forth pretty consistently. I like both sides are kind of, balanced. I do like the anchors a lot. in the intro and outro, like these. Oh, it's even up-down mirrored from the beginning. I was going to ask about that. That's good. I was hoping that there was like a down variant somewhere, and this chart just literally starts with that. So, yeah, it's pretty much all I can think to say about it. So. So next we have when I let the music play. I think this is the last 9. It's kind of interesting. When I was watching this being played over the weekend, I thought like the initial kick switches were harder, but I think they're easier than the ones that come at the end that are like technically only on one side. I think those are actually harder. And I want to check out why. Thanks, me too. I think it's because it might be harder to read, maybe because it's involving both pads during the whole thing. But like, the movement required is so small. And like, you're already kind of moving into it anyway. Okay, you're going from here to here, and like, your momentum's already shifting this way for this iteration. So, you're already like in place for it. And like the same thing over here, like shifting your body over this way. And yeah. So there's those. And then the ones at the end, these are a bit more aggressive. Not these. These. Because like, instead of like mostly staying in the middle for it, you have to like already be all the way on one side for it. So like, plus all of them have candles as well. So like, that's another thing about it. So yeah, in retrospect, like, yeah, I do think these ones at the end are harder. I don't think it's too sharp. Like, I think it works out fine. I think the only thing I was kind of iffy on was, like, some of the stretches in the first, like, quarter. So let me just play this through. I think, yeah, okay, so this one stood out to me, I think. This quarter note, up to down, and then that quarter note down to up, that's really wide. The rest of it seemed fine, like it was stretchy, but it wasn't really whippy movement. The horizontals, like these ones, I guess you're talking about? Well, I'll go back to these actually. Yeah, I think those ones are fine. So, like, I think... Yeah. I'm wondering if, like, it would be good to switch the up and down here, and then, like, here and here as well. Like, so let me just try and pretend that the chart's like that. Because I think instead of doing like that, you would go... I think it's still more movement than like the ones coming after it. Like, even if you do that, I think it's still the hardest one out of that whole phrase. So that might need a little bit of workshopping. Maybe like... So like... What if you change... Okay. What if you change this down to the left center? So it'd be like... That seems like it would be way comfier and like probably not as hard as the ones that follow. And you're still maintaining that like kind of stretchiness. Yeah, I think like just literally the one change per iteration from like this down to the other center. I did play Self-Destruct. That was the first one I played because it was the easiest one in the submissions. Also, welcome back. Hoped the meeting. I didn't have too much to say about it, honestly. Really, just like, it's a nice, chill 8. All the pad transitions involve like crab walking and such, which is probably good for an 8. And like there are crossovers, but it's confined to when you're on one side, which again is probably good for an 8. I can see that being an ITL, yeah, Self-Destruct. We shall see. But yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say for when I let the music play. Oh, speaking of stretchy, I know what's coming up next. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for submitting. I'm excited to play this one. Oh man. When you dump. Man. Yeah, rate based on leg length. True. Yeah, the ending you could probably do like... Well, you could probably bracket tap the other sensor. That's pretty much it. I don't even know what I want to say about this. It's fun. I love stuff like this. There was one note that I was like, I feel like double stepping that is easier. I know it was a yellow note over on the right side. After a stretch from like a down hold, I think on the left side? Yeah. It's okay, so down hold on the up hold on the left side. It's probably back heavy, I guess. And like, I don't know. It felt okay. Actually, I was a little bit worried about how my back would be during this session, but it's holding up. So, yeah, you definitely have to like go low for it. just to get the distance you need. Same, I think. But yeah, this was the stuff that I'm like, I'm just double stepping all this instead of like going over all the way to like this corner. Oh, okay. That's fair. It's definitely harder, that's for sure. Like, I do think the anchor eighth notes are like a big difficulty spike. I'm surprised I did as well as I did on them. Because I think that's like way harder than I probably would normally give it credit for. Yeah, just kind of double stepped, like, instead of going all the way over here. I don't know if you even need to, like, change anything about that. It's just what I felt was easier at the time. God, yeah, the big stretches, like, down or up to the other outer edge, especially coming from here. And then, like, yeah, going there and then all the way back to up. That's a lot. I'm trying to think if it should be changed, like these specific quarter notes. Yeah, it's definitely worse on uphold. Just because it's easier, it's always easier to like get to a note with the front of your foot instead of the heel. It's easier and it's like more comfy. Yeah, even like on upholds, I still want to hit it with like the front of my foot, so like I have more distance to travel. Like I'm not doing this. I'm doing this. That's just like how I naturally play it, I think. I mean, I think it's good for balance, if nothing else. It's kind of interesting, though, that, like, it lets up here. Like, this part is... Actually, this whole thing, I think, is... Well, okay, maybe not this up to this down. Like, that's still a lot. But I'm just thinking, like, the earlier iterations do have you go all at one time from the very outer note to, like, the opposite up or the opposite down. And I think that's harder. Yeah, it's like, I guess the bottom line is, these iterations I find harder than these iterations. Just because the outers are used. I don't know if this is on purpose, by the way, but I'm really appreciating the fact that none of this is bracketable. Like, you just have to go for it. I don't know, I appreciate this chart and what it does. I think it's fun. But I think, yeah, like you're saying, the back, like specifically starting at these, is like it's just a huge difficulty spike probably. I don't know though, like, you're kind of already prepping the player probably with the rest of the chart, and you kind of do 8th jacks leading up to that. Yeah, like right here. Okay, there's the other one. At least it's only like a 1-panel traversal at most for those 8th notes. Yeah, that's all I could really think of to say on all that. I think main thing is just the patterns utilizing the outer. If you're going back to like the other up from here, that's like harder than anything else in the quarter notes of the like other patterns. Maybe like, I don't know, for example, changing this up to this right, so you do like right. Like even like the other center, like left. Although like, maybe that defeats the purpose. I do think changing this up to right, for example, could work out. That's like the thing I would change, if anything, about the chart is maybe like not even not using the outers, but making the like distance you need to travel a little bit smaller. that's... Oh yeah, I think that's all I can really think to say about it. That was a really fun chart. Thank you for submitting that. I have dumped. Okay. Oh god. Okay. Oh, so wait, those are probably supposed to be, yeah, okay. Those are, I didn't even notice the spin tech. How is that? I'm kind of curious now. Where was it? Okay. Hold on a sec though. That's weird that this one doesn't feel uncomfy, but this one does. I think I know why. This one I could just do without spinning. Like, was this supposed to be a spin? Actually? Specifically this one. Because, like, they work as laterals. Like, these work as laterals. And maybe, okay, maybe it's like after these triplet brackets, and then when it goes into this ending. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I'm curious, actually. Something like that, I guess. I do want to hit that. one more time. It's actually really fun. Presuming I was hitting it, I don't even know because I was turned away from the screen. But it felt correct. Okay. See, I guess this specifically is where the spins start. And then the rest of it beforehand is just laterals. I guess like this does work as well. I think I did this the first time I saw it. I just like kind of foot switched into continuing to face forward and then foot switched again into the gallop like. But I think the intent was just like crossover and then gallop. I think I actually did it the proper way the next time around. Yeah. I think Sarah may have mentioned this before in the previous stream, but like the lead-in into some of the brackets seemed overly difficult, maybe. Let me just go over all the bracket iterations, because I think all the kick switch stuff is perfectly fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. So that was like a really easy lead-in, which is good. And then like I noticed avoiding just any overlap. Like if you changed this to what you were doing with up and right, you'd have to like kind of do a half foot switch to this bracket. Let's see. directly from here. I would argue changing these to downright instead of having it just upright. Like, this angle is always going to be a little awkward, and I think changing it to this is a lot more comfy, plus you're already kind of set up for it. Let's see. I don't know what I would change about this last bracket iteration, but let's see. Okay, I didn't even notice, like, beforehand that it was up-down mirrored. So, like, yeah, there's the down bracket, and then 8 measures later, there's the up bracket variant, which makes sense. This is just like, yeah, I'll always say, like, brackets where your feet are facing in towards the center are, like, way harder to execute. Just because of, like, the physicality of it and, like, the way you need to bend. Yeah, I guess, like, the only other thing is that, I don't know what I would want to change about this one specifically. It just seems like it stands out somehow. Oh, honestly, that's fair. Yeah, like, I think we went over it last time in the second period with, like, I think C mentioned, like, last 8 measures you're allowed to be funny. Which, you know what, valid. Yeah, this lateral into the brackets, I don't know if it's even, like, that weird. It works. Maybe if the up arrow here was changed to the left instead, or the left center, left side, right arrow, that would make it a lot comfier, I want to say, because, like, then, let's see, like, the big movement is before the brackets. Like, if you're going from here to here, yeah, instead of from here to here. But then, like, when you start the brackets, you have to go from here to here. Whereas if the up arrow's changed to what I said, you're already in place for the brackets, so it'd be like this, I guess. I think that's what I would change personally. And it does, like, cause a little bit of a stretch. But I think that would be easier on just, like, the bracket setup side of things. I don't know, that's really all I can think to say about it. I do hope that helps. I like the spins, though. Now that I know that they're spins and, like, how they feel, doing spins across a pan transition is tricky, but like, that very much works. So, big props on that. Let me just play the spins one more time, actually. And also, like, the patterns for the spins are intuitive, I think. Like, you're facing the screen again in time to, like, need to read again. Like, if that makes sense, like, you're able to see the screen and facing forward again in time to have to read everything coming up. And, like, everything that you can't see is just intuitive. If you've seen the chart before. Anyway, yeah, there's pretty much it for that one. So next is nostalgia. Okay. I think there was only one thing that stood out. Like, I don't know, it was just like pretty solid overall. And I was just like zoning out and vibing with it. So I think in general, the thing I was wondering about was like consistency of the brackets with whatever is going on in the song, but specifically, I think it's this right here. This note, I feel like should have been a bracket of some kind. Also, I guess this is the other thing It's like I think the only instance in the chart of where you technically have to foot switch during brackets, presuming that this center jump is a bracket. Might just be better to keep it as an upright bracket on the left side for this one specifically. Yeah, so, okay. We'll just play it through. I guess it works, like, as a stretch because there's that, like, kind of percussion hit on it. But I think because of the brackets beforehand, I was expecting it to be a bracket. And that seemed like a one-off stretch. Yeah, like, I think that was the same sound right there. Yeah, that kind of like, I think dithering is a good word to describe it. Like dithering snare hit. It does feel weird. Like, this was the other one that I was kind of like, does that have to be a bracket? Not this one, the one right afterward. This one. Because, like, I don't know if it's the speaker system being weird, but I don't really hear anything that would warrant a bracket hit like that. Because, like, here's this, like, this one has a cymbal crash, right? Like, there's just a kind of climactic percussion hit into the next part of the song, the next verse. And then here, there's just nothing. Like this, I think, would warrant a bracket more than this. Because this one has a cymbal crash, this one doesn't. I don't think there's much else, if anything, that stood out. The rest is just like kind of chill 8th stream, doing whatever. Yeah. That's interesting. It doesn't even let you, like, go past the last measure in practice mode. I didn't know that. Yeah. That aside, that's pretty much all I could think of with that. So next we have Vampire. Again, like, I've seen all of these from the previous stream. This is probably a mid-11, just from watching it. But we'll see. Almost. Oh, okay. So let's see. Oops. Okay. Well, okay, so I don't think. Hold on, let me see here. I don't think Connor has like much, if any, experience specifically running double charts, but like it all flowed. So like that's good. There's no like weird double steps. So like that's definitely a very good baseline. I do like a lot of the ideas in here, and like I think a lot of them work out pretty well. It's just like, yeah, it's probably 11, like a mid 11, because like a lot of there's a lot of sharp movement just overall, which isn't a bad thing. It's one of those things where like I feel you'd have to play test it to realize how hard some of the movements and patterning are. And like that just comes with pad testing experience, I think. But specifically like these outer gallops, like I get what they're going to, like just outside of the eighth jacks and like going to the vocals, going off to the side. Let's see. These are cute, like these jumps to the other side of the pad. It's not like too egregious in terms of momentum, because I think when you're doing cross pad 16th runs, especially ones that don't have you facing forward and like crab walking, like when I say crab walking, I say stuff like going like this, you know, just like kind of like a crab would walk across the pad. Just with one foot behind the other. And stuff like these patterns, it kind of breaks that, because you just do kind of a sweeping motion, like I don't think this is specifically too bad. Like if it was the other up-down variant, like if it was down, like, let's see. Yeah, if it was like, just going from here to here, that's like a big sweep, I would say. But the other variant, going from below, is a lot comfier, I think. I can't explain why, but like, I think just the thing I'm trying to get at is pivots going from here to here are like more strenuous, as opposed to pivots going from here to here. It might be because it's like cross under to back to normal positioning, whereas here it's cross over back to normal. Like if you're going into it, then I think this would be easier. And into like the cross under is harder. but coming out of it, I think it's easier. So like, yeah, like this variant is the easier variant, I would say. Going like that, as opposed to going like, just feels like a wider motion. Oh. Oh shit. Hey Caleb, how's it going? I am just reviewing some doubles charts. Don't mind me. Hope you are doing well. I heard good things about the B2L pads. I haven't played on it myself, but yeah, this is probably like the hardest motion in the chart. It happens twice, like here in the middle, and then again at the very end. Yeah, let me just do the motion real quick. I do like that. I think it goes really well with the song. Yeah, L-Techs are like the first step up from Cobalts, or like soft mats, basically. They're okay for starter, but yeah. Also, the shipping is ass. I know that. So how does, okay, I'm curious about the setup, actually. Going into this one and going into the previous one. So you're here, and you have to go to here, sweep over to the left. So now, okay, it's the same thing. It's the same thing, but left-right mirrored. So let's see. Let's go back to this, actually. Yeah, it's the same thing, just left-right mirrored. Yeah, I'm trying to think of stuff to say. Like, the chart's really good, I think. It's just probably maybe harder than you perhaps intended, which is fine. I think it's probably an 11, but I think the chart is really good. I hope to see more submissions in the future, for sure. As always, thank you for submitting. Okay, so this last 10, the one by Mirin, we've never met, but can we have a coffee or something? I think this one has like a bunch of ghost steps. In love with ghost steps. For a second, I read that as a foot switch. The two lets. I do not think that was the intent. So let me just mulligan that. was nice. Yeah, I don't know, like, how much I can really say about this one. It just felt good to play. Like, you could kind of choose the panel that you want to step on that's not an actual column. Just one of the corners or the centers. Like for all of these. And then I think at the end, honestly, yeah. It's still really fun. Yeah, I just don't know what I can really say about this. Like I said, other than that, I feel like it's just solid. Let me see. Then I think the back half might be mirrored in some way, either left, right, or up, down. I'm trying to find the specific, yeah, this pattern right here. So what does it do in the next iteration? I'm kind of wondering. This is it. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, I'm just at a loss as to what to really say about it, which isn't a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. Like, it's just a good, fun chart. That's all I can really say about it. I mean, if anyone else has any thoughts, feel free. Yeah, my feedback is very good chart. I hope that helps. So now we're in the 11s. I'm trying to think of what to take a break. Might do some stretching after the 11s. There's only 2. Then we have 4, I think, 12s. Let me see. No, we have 5 12s. And after the 11s is about the halfway mark. I think it's exactly the halfway mark, actually. I think, opinion in terms of rating, I think I would call it an 11. I think the ending alone bumps it up. other than that, like, it's a very, like, unique skill set. So yeah, I would say 11. Oh. Heyo Pun, heyo Hunter. Well, did you know that there's a server for that? The non-ITG server. I know you're already in there. Yeah, thanks. I'm getting there. I don't think I'm 100% again, but it does feel good to just be on the pad and be active and exercising. Yeah, which 16 was it? I'm curious. Also, I don't know about that one. Like, honestly, a lot of it felt kind of haphazard in terms of like what it was doing. I am not familiar with that one actually. In the past, it might be a newer song. But yeah, I don't know, like, I was, I think, struggling to find consistency in the chart, if that makes sense. Oh, 820 plus, that might be after I stopped playing. I think I stopped playing during 820. Basically early 2020, whenever the pandemic hit. Anyway. Yeah, so I think a big part of what was turning me off from this chart was just like very jerky movement, and like especially near the back half, I would say. Oh, also, okay. This bracket stood out to me a lot. Well, specifically this one, because you're set up here, right? And then the next bracket is like, you're already on two of the notes, but this is how you would hit it if you don't move your right foot like that. So like, going from here to here seemed a little weird. Like, it's fine, you can do it, the movement seemed really out of place. Other than that, yeah, I don't know, like I said, it felt as a whole kind of haphazard. I'm not trying to like be mean or anything, but I was just trying to figure out what the chart was going to do next, and it was like always something completely different. This was a very wide foot switch, I remember. From here over to here. It seemed, I don't know, that also stood out to me. Let's see. There was a part near the end where it like started throwing a bunch of step jumps. I assume they're step jumps. Yeah, I don't see them not being step jumps, just based on what I'm saying. Because if they were brackets, they would be like double steps afterward. Also, this movement as well is a lot. Right here. Like this jump to the next jump, you have to do basically a full turnaround into the same jump. Like, it seems a lot. I think maybe it's just me saying this, might be just a subjective thing, but like I did not find that pattern fun. Yeah, I think just the general sentiment I'm having about this chart is like very jerky and unbalanced movement. Yeah, I don't know, like, I don't even know what I would do with the song otherwise, in terms of making a chart for it. Maybe, like, lately I'm just more biased towards dense stuff, but, like, stuff that doesn't move too much, or stretchy stuff. Which may be antithetical to double, but I don't know. It's me saying I'm old. Yeah, I think that's just like the general consensus I'm coming up with for myself. Just like, I think it's also half double too, right? Which is interesting. Yeah, I don't see any any outer column usage whatsoever. Just going back and forth. I mean, aside from like the minds that dictate the slowdown, that's it. Yeah, I was nitpicky about a couple of patterns, but like, I think overall I just wasn't a fan of the chart. So, sorry. I hope that like, the pattern nitpicking does help a little bit at least, though. So Shukufuku is the next one. That's the other 11. And then after this, I'm going to take a small stretch break and a water break. Oh man. Yeah, that's a tough one. Hey, Mojo. Hey, let's see. I don't know what to say about this one, other than like, yeah, these I would say are the difficulty spike of the chart, like, no question. I also think that the ones using starting and ending with down are easier than the ones starting and ending with up. Like, I think I found these harder. And like, it's probably the best setup you can have for them as well. I can't really think of a better setup to like get your momentum going like that. Yeah, let's just look at the ones in the back half as well. Okay, these, okay, that was an up. That was an up. Yeah, these ones I think I'm finding easier than the ones starting and ending with up. I'm trying to figure out why. Probably because like you end in this motion, like just going over here, whereas if we turn the other way around, like this one, it's just I don't know, you're like more towards the back of the pad, and I'm holding the bar, so like it feels like I'm returning to a more comfier position probably. That's probably what it is. But yeah, like I said, those bursts across the pad, like, zero doubts about it, zero question. Those are the difficulty spike of the chart. I mean, the rest of it's just like mostly eighth notes and very, very wide movement. I'm surprised, like, I was able to hit most of this. It's what, 170? Yeah. Let me just do this again, actually. And there's a bit of stretching here, going with the higher pitched vocals, which I think is good. I'm not sure what to say about this, like these specific patterns, because like they're hittable. I'm just not sure how well I'm hitting them. But like, is there any specific one that's maybe giving me trouble? That's what I wanted to take a look out for. I think what I should pay attention to is the, what is it? What I have to do within the span of a quarter note. So like basically, wherever there's a red note, look at the two blue notes before and after. Okay. I wonder how this would work, like specifically these, as like, instead of the downs or the ups, what if it was the other center for each of them? So like, I think it works just as well, I'm sure. But I guess then the problem therein is, are you facing forward or are you facing backwards for each of them? But like coming out of the other one, or like the second one? Because I guess it doesn't matter going into the pattern afterward. Because like, yeah, if it was like this, going here, then you just swing around to hit this. But if like the player decided to do a cross under, then you just swing around the other way. I guess it doesn't matter too much. Yeah. It's like up to outer, down to outer. Let's see. I guess that's kind of how the song goes. Like, the next measure bleeds into the previous. Like, I was just counting the iterations here. Like there's 1, 2, 3, and then it turns into like only the up downs and doesn't do the outers anymore for these two. It's like the vocals changing here. Like, it's hard to describe, I guess. Like, you're kind of like stepping down for these three, and then on the 4th iteration, you're going up. This being the 4th iteration right here. And it's like, step down, step down, step down, step up. Like, in terms of pitch. So, I don't know if I'd want to do something different with this one, if that's the case. Like, I think a lot of it is just probably left up to interpretation. And basically, it happened here as well. Like, on the 4th iteration, it lets up a little bit, which I think it does go for the music. Like right there with this crossover specifically. Yeah, I think it's just one of those instances where, like, it's mostly just up to the person charting to figure out what they want to do, because there's so many ways to chart something like this. Those are still so hard. Yeah, I think that's all I can really think to say, just overall about it. So that's the next. Oh boy. Well, just based off of how everything was titled, this is the next chart that I'm playing. So I'm just gonna take a quick stretch break. This might actually be a 12. Like, I watched it and, like, it toes the line, I feel like, between 12 and 13. Well, here. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna let this play out. I'm gonna mute the mic. And then do some stretches, refill my water, all that good stuff. I am back. Alright, there goes nothing. So I'm unsure if some of the, I don't know what to call them, like dotted eights, like the build-ups during the holds, like the anchor taps. I think a few of them may have been like off quantization, just like shifted a 16th note early or late. It definitely felt like some of them were. I did see a couple of double steps, I'm pretty sure. At least on the back half. Let me see if I can check it out. I'm assuming none of this is intended to be bracketed. Like, pretty sure the intent is to just go back and forth like that. Yeah, I don't know, like, a lot of it works, it flows, rather. I think there are a few spots, though. So this is one spot I found, right after measure 160. You just go over to the left side, so you're here, and then burst here, and then I think you have to double step from up to the left to make it work for the rest of it. So you do burst. Yeah. So like that's a double step right here. I guess the other thing like that I noticed, even like right away in the intro, is just for like a break or any kind of build-up, there's just a lot of movement. Which, like, isn't objectively a bad or a wrong thing. It's just like, it's a lot to do for an intro, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. I did like those. I think I bracket tapped all of them, but... Hey, let me try actually doing them. There's just like, I guess, no incentive to actually do them as taps. If I could just bracket them. Like, it's so much easier to bracket them. Which, it's fine, like, it's kind of a choose-your-own-adventure type thing. Let's see. I think there was like, again, this is not like a huge deal, but like, I remember getting to the first big break. What is it? Like here, and then like the next note is just on the other side. Right, I wanted to check. Yeah, I think those might be off. Yeah, this specific iteration, I think, is a 16th late on every note. Does that show up anywhere else on that day? I think that's just one thing to look out for. Like if it starts with a 16th note or a yellow note for the taps, it might be off by a 16th note. So I think all of them are supposed to start at these. Let's go further down. Yeah, that might actually just be the only one. Yeah. I think other than that, it's probably all I could think to say for just like lights, general feedback. There's that like one double step, the 16th acre taps that were off, and then like this is a personal gripe. I guess the intro having a bit too much in terms of movement. I maybe would have liked to see a bit of a build-up, but I don't know. It's probably fine as is. Just me complaining about moving. Anyway, so next one is Combat High. Okay. That was good. I was having a lot of trouble hitting the last iterations of those brackets. I don't know why. I don't know what I was doing wrong. I guess it was like not placing my foot properly for the center bracket. So, thanks, me too. I wonder if it's like, it just happens if I'm holding down a column as I go into practice mode. Here, let's do a test. Okay, practice mode, nothing. Practice mode. Let's hold these 4 columns. Okay, that's what it is. That's funny. Anyway. Yeah, so these runs are good, I think. Yeah. I think for the sake of like iterating on into harder variations, I would. It's hard to say. Like I was gonna say, like up down swap the first iterations. So I think it changes after. Yeah, it changes to up. But so like. Actually, no. I was reading that wrong. Okay, so. Yeah, so that's fine. I was thinking this is hit with the right foot, not the left foot, but that's fine. Yeah, when it gets to the up brackets, it does get weird. Because, let's see. I'm changing the facing angle of my foot from this to this, but when I take it back to the center, I don't want to be doing this instead for the next iteration, because that's just like, it just feels really awkward and like strenuous on the foot, or like the ankle tendon. Yeah, like when it goes to the ups, I'm starting to, like, before I was doing this to this, but now with the up, I'm facing the other way, like just 90 degrees tilted, and now it's like facing outside. But I'm still like swinging my angle back to what I was doing for the first iteration, because I don't want to be doing like this. This is just bad. Like it feels horrible. Which like that's fine. It is extra work for the next iteration. But yeah, I'm sure I went over this before. Like my rule of thumb for brackets is if it faces outside, it's more comfortable towards if it faces inside. So like with center brackets, with my left foot, I always want it to be pointing away to the left. And the same with the right foot pointing away to the right. Like I never want to be in a position where I have to bracket like this. Unless it's like something really just out there, like crossover brackets or like bracket anchors, like you know, something like this. I don't know. Even then, though, like I would always want center brackets to just face outside. Oh yeah, I know what's coming next. I've seen it. I'm very interested in how it's going to play out. But yeah. Like, I don't know if there's anything much else to say on these specific patterns, because like I'm pretty sure they just iterate back and forth and like mirror when appropriate. This is a nice break, very like monodirectional, which like it's a break, it's fine. I do like this build-up a lot. Very small movements, but like it is getting denser. I think this specifically stood out. This little 7-note burst pattern, just like going from here to here. I don't think it really does it that anywhere else in the chart. I could be wrong though. But yeah, that little burst did stand out to me. These foot switches are good. Like, they're really fun to execute. And the pad transition, like the pad side switching, goes really well with the song. Okay, so how does this iterate upon the first half? Let me actually see real quick. So like an extra 8th note, I think. Okay, there's just an extra bracket. Da, da, da. Yeah, what am I doing wrong there? I am missing the center, but I don't know why. Let's just do anything new. I don't think it does. It looks like just the same, yeah. I guess, like, maybe this is antithetical to how I think about brackets, but, like, maybe for, like, this last part, yeah, this whole, like, last iteration, maybe it can be up, down, flipped. Maybe. I'm only saying that because it did it on the first iteration, or like the first sets. Like these were all down brackets, and then later on it switched to up brackets like this. So I'm just, I guess, thinking about that in terms of consistency with the ending instead of like continuing to utilize the down brackets. It'll be harder, it'll be more awkward for sure, but that's what I'm thinking. I'm not crazy, right? I'm not missing anything that's different. I don't think so. It does look the same. Whoops. Okay, well, I guess I'm taking another break. The game crashed. Yeah. Stepmania. But yeah, I think I've said all I can think to say about Combat High. I do hope that helps. But yeah, really good chart. May as well stretch while I'm waiting, right? Oh. It's almost done. Just make sure it's showing up on OBS when it launches. It should. Yeah, there it goes. Okay. So yes, next we have OIIA. Really curious as to how this one plays out. It works. It's more doable than I thought it was going to be. Honestly, I think the hardest part for me was the extended foot switch chains. Like, you could see that big life bar dip near the end. Man, I don't even know what to say about it. Like, it all works. I didn't find anything in terms of like flow errors or like unintended double stepping rather, which is good. That's always a good like baseline. Yeah, this is just, I think, like Dumper, one of those things where it's just like, I'll allow it because comedy. Where I can't like really say anything without it defeating the purpose of the pattern. Because, like, yeah, there were a lot of, Actually, hold on, I'm trying to think, in terms of, like, which way I was facing my foot for each of these. Well, I guess, okay, yeah. There are a few instances where that happens, in terms of like, I'm facing this way for a bracket or this way for a bracket, specifically the center ones, but like, I think it's fine because the pattern is such, like here, this one for example, that you're just kind of coming out of it anyway. And like, it'd be weird if it was the other way, right? Like that. Oh, okay, yeah, I got tripped up there, and again, just like I did on my first play just now. I think it's just me reading it issue. Really just have to be more committed to the center. I'm kind of curious how each turn makes you face. So it's like this, and then the other way. Okay, I was wondering about the up-down iteration. This is like 1,000 times easier than this. Just because you're facing inward, and it's way easier to commit to that bracket, I think, from that position. Okay, here's what started messing me up. These long foot switch chains. That's so hard. Oh. It does seem balanced though, which is good. Like, I don't know, like I can't really say much about the big foot switch part because it's just a skill issue. I did seem to hit it pretty well in that practice run just now though. I don't know, see, it seems to work out fine, for what it's worth. It's comedy. That is the answer to the why did I do this question in the chart description. Yeah, I don't know, I didn't see anything that was like unbalanced or didn't flow properly. Like, it all worked. And like, in terms of overall balance, difficulty-wise, it seemed to all work, so. I don't know, no real notes from me. That was good. Okay, so next we have, pacing in a Daydream. I think this is the 4th tool. Well, yeah, original song submission as well. always cool to see. I think we went over most of it on the previous stream over the weekend, but like, and yeah, and Dekw, I don't know if you're there as well. Like, you even pointed it out before the chart started. The one like double step. I don't know where exactly it was. I think it was right after a bracket, I want to say. Like, it was around here-ish, I think. Where is it? Now I'm trying to find it. I think it was like a center corner bracket, I want to say. Maybe. I swear it was right after a bracket that I saw it. Let's see. Yeah, okay. I thought it was way later than it is. Well, yeah, I mean, ambient's still great. Ambient is my jam. Yeah, it's this bracket right here. Like, you do, put my drink down, like, and then you have to double step into the center gallop, or like the center burst going to the left. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Everything else seems to flow fine. I think in terms of chart balance, it's probably good. Like, there's certainly build up, especially with the 24th runs, which aren't like too hard to do, I think. So like maybe mid-ish 12. I don't know. It seems all fine to me. Like, I can't really think of much to say. Like the side balance seems fine. Overall patterning seems fine too. Yeah, it's really just the one double step that we all talked about. Yeah, other than that, I don't really think there's much else I could think to say. I don't know if anyone else has input on it. Yeah, like after pad testing it, it seemed fine to me. So nothing that like really stood out in terms of this feels like a difficulty spike or this feels like a weird one-off movement, etc., etc. Alright, so I actually have Samurai Blue. I think this is mostly stem, so. Okay, so that's yeah, the pad transitions are like more contained than I thought they would be in terms of like how I like how strenuous I thought it would be. Like, no, it's not too bad actually. Yeah, we talked about it beforehand. Like the pad transitions go with the lyrics, or like the vocals are going like just samurai blue, whoa, and then it's basically the big pad transitions going with the whoa, like every time. Okay, this is where the first measure or the first stream starts, like the. This is maybe questionable. This made me like think for a second, because you have to like switch your feet here, or like switch on the jump. And maybe this down here can be changed to a LUT, so like there's much more incentive to already be in place for it and not like accidentally do this. I think the only other thing was just like the very beginning before any stream started. There was like a stretch that, is that right? Yeah. There's like this down up stretch that didn't repeat in this transition back, when I think it's like the same kind of sound. I guess it kind of goes with the vocal if you want to, like, if that was the intent. like that rising vocal that goes. Whoa! But yeah, you don't have to do the same like stretch as you would here, as opposed to here, up where this is. Other than that, yeah, I don't really think I could think of much else. Oh. The actual stream and stem stuff was like, it was fun. I enjoyed the streams. Anyway, getting near the end-ish. I don't know if I'm gonna play all these. So I am starting to feel it a little bit in my back. But we are in the 13s now. And the ones by NAYOTO, they didn't want any, like, they weren't looking for feedback, they just wanted to submit stuff, I think, so. What is the first one we got? Oh wait, no, this... That's not the first one. This is the first one. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna lift. Okay. at the EX pass. Yeah, all things considered, very, very tame 13, especially for like that BPM. 190 13s, like around that BPM range, 13s usually scare the shit out of me. But no, this was like really laid back. Like there wasn't a lot of movement involved. It was more so just, I think, in the mind dodging and double stepping where the difficulty was. And some of the bursts, it wasn't sustained really. And all the one that was sustained was like, it didn't move much at all. I think we talked about this before. Like I thought this was maybe a weird double step error, but no, it's intended. Like as hard as that is, it's intended. I know. I remember Dekw saying as much. But yeah, I was looking forward to trying to hit these specific parts, like these brackets with the mind dodging. I think those are my favorite parts. Because, like, you have to really pay attention to what you're doing and your foot placement. Personally, I like stuff like this that punishes you for not doing it exact. Like, don't get me wrong, I like choose your own adventure tech as well, but I also like toothy mines a lot. But yeah, I don't know, it seemed really well balanced overall. I think the first crossover burst threw me off a little bit. Where was it? Yeah, right here. Because it doesn't do it again for quite a bit. Like, this is the next crossover burst. I can't think of really much to say that I would change about it, so I think overall it's good for what it is. Like there's nice build up to like the more difficult patterns later on, and especially like a completely different iteration of the brackets here with the mines. Like instead of just the mines being in the center, now they're on the ups. And I think that's like the first and only instance that happens. So yeah, I enjoyed it. Okay. World War Rave. That's hard to say. I'm really curious as to how these jumps, these like step jumps are gonna work. They might hurt. We'll see. That's like the only thing I remember about this chart, actually. Well, we'll see. I'll do my best. Yeah, that's definitely the hardest part. Those back and forth. Stretch to the center jumps. I just, it's hard to get the foot parity right on those. Yeah, here's the part TM. Like everything else, felt fine. It's just, you know, step jumps and jump steps are hard, even at a low BPM like this. It's doable, like, it's still a lot, but surprisingly doable. I love there's a... Oh, it looks really funny in practice mode. Yeah. I thought it would be harder than it was, actually. But I think the low BPM, I consider 130 a low BPM. Especially for stuff like this. Like, I think it's doing it a world of favor. Like, if it were any faster, it would probably be exponentially harder. Like, even 135 or 140. Actually. Yeah, already at 135 as opposed to 130, it's so much harder. Like, I feel like that's just the very like on the very edge of what is viable. At least for me. Yeah, honestly, I thought I was gonna have to go way further down for those, but nah, you're not doing a lot of stretching at like for extended periods of time. Like at least for that part, the most you're doing is this or this. It's just all the movement in between that adds to it. Yeah, I'll play it one more time and then I think move on, because like everything about the chart seemed fine to me. It's just, you know, step jumps and jump steps hard. That's it. I kind of like that, actually. I've just been enjoying like the creative stuff that people are coming up with that usually don't chart double. That's what I'm here for. Okay, so that does it for the 13th. There were only 3. Now I have 4 charts left. 2 14s, 2 15s. Both 14s are by NAYOTO. I can try. true. So true. I'm cooked. Ah. 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 Thanks. I forgot about that, like, center burst jump scare. I'm glad I had life bar for it. Yeah, I'm surprised I passed that. Not the greatest score by any means, but it's a pass. Is there even anything left in this inhaler? Alright, well, where's the other 14? Nothing to it but to do it. That was so much easier than Anzu. Oh. God, that triplet flam section is still so funny. Yep. You know it. You know how it is. I'm not flinging myself across the pad for that. I think the penultimate stuff, this bracket, was even like set up to be a bracket. Anyway. I think now my 100% pass streak will come to an end. I don't know why it says 21 out of 23, or like 23 total on the top right. I might have missed one. I'm not sure. No, I definitely played everything, right? I did throw War Rave in after the fact, so maybe it's a weird caching funny in which it still thinks there's 23 charts in this. This folder, rather. Oh, you know what? No, you're right. You're right, that's exactly it. Okay, so it is 22 out of 24. Yeah, you can even see right there, like, there's no grade for it when I'm on the experts. Yo, Chance, thanks for the raid. Yeah, it's going pretty well. I got 2 charts left. They're both the 15s. I passed everything so far, so happy about that. So I haven't played Light Left Behind yet. I haven't played either of these actually on pad, but very curious about this one. I could say this much about this chart, in that like the crossover brackets are more like viable and doable than I thought they would be. I didn't really have much, if any, like notes on it. Okay. I'll just hydrate up for this one. I really want to try and get this one, but we'll see what happens. Like, halfway through the chart, I was like, I don't have enough energy to finish this out. Then I saw the measure breakdown, and that actually helped. Like the line measure breakdown. Oh yeah, I don't think. I'll just call it now. I'm not gonna pass madness ritual. Milk ritual. True? Oh. Oh. Oh god. Oh, I had to push for that one. Hold on, I got a picture I need to take. The angle could be better. Okay. Well, I think in terms of like actual feedback, I wish the song was louder, actually. It feels a little quiet. I think just the one thing I saw that I already mentioned, like, in person on the spot was like there was a bracket that I think was accidentally a 3 notes bracket. I'm just putting it on stream here for like the sake of feedback, like archived feedback, all in one spot. Yeah, I'm trying to remember where it was. It was like maybe a third or halfway in. And I'm pretty sure it was on the right side. There it is. Yeah, it's a measure 49. Almost exactly halfway, actually. Okay, I mean, with a chart this hard, it's hard to like give more feedback in terms of like without, you know, saying stuff that would sacrifice the difficulty of the chart. Because like I don't think anything really, aside from that one triple, really stands out in a bad way. Like it's all really intentful. Yeah, I think just overall the difficulty is really well balanced. And I don't think I had an issue with like really any of the brackets. They all seemed like fine for what they were. It's not much, but I could just say like, you know, chart hard. Chart hard, but also chart good. It's just the one like bracket that needs like to be changed. I mean, I could try the other 15. See how that goes. I'll give it one, like, serious attempt. Oh god, it's 3 minutes long. Oh, I thought it was like a 2 minutes long. At least the very end, like 20% or so, it's just like outro. Easy outro chart. I don't even know what to put this on. Alright, well, here goes nothing. parody there. I think those are also brackets. None of those are actual jumps. That's probably like the one big gripe I have with the effects, is that like, in a vacuum they're fine, but when you're dealing with skill rhythms, that's not so fun. Like, I was under the assumption that it was just straight 16ths. That is very much not the case. I can tell you right now, it wasn't the chart itself, like just the difficulty of it, that was like making me fail. It was the fact that I was going off purity without realizing it. Okay, I'm gonna try and really pay attention to how many notes are in each burst when those stealths happen. Trying to play the whole chart there, but might be a 16. I'm gonna try it again. That's one of the furthest I'm getting. I'm just happy I got past the middle, or like the first half, I guess, rather. I'm proud of that. Oh, I'm too old for this, man. No, it takes. Thanks for the best wishes, rather. So tell hey Gross that I said hi as well. It's great to see you. Hope we've been doing good. I'm being destroyed on double 15s. I told people to send charts in, and hey. It's been a lot of fun though. This is the third iteration of this project that I've been doing, Summer of Double. I went on this whole like spiel about it like in the beginning of the stream. I'm gonna upload a local recording as well to my YouTube channel for archive. It's basically just like I get people to submit charts for 2 weeks, then I play them on stream, and then I just give feedback when and where requested. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I even participated in the previous one because I had some time to do it. It's probably a 16. Yeah, I'm doing what I can. Between this and this long bike rides, I'm trying to keep active. Might want to like review this. Let's return a call after the stream. Oh. Okay, yeah, let me just go into practice mode. Thanks, me too. At least I know what causes that now. I think it's like, if there's a mine at any point in the chart, on the column that you're standing on as you enter practice mode, then that's what causes it. Anyway, yeah, I think just the general consensus, and I definitely agree, is that the stealth effects are just too much in terms of like what the chart is asking you to do. Like, I think the stealth might be fine if the chart were easier, or if the notes weren't like, you know, Skittles like this. Because like, I went into this under the assumption that it was straight 16ths. But that's not the case. Like, I was getting tripped up a lot during every time the stealth sections happen, because like there's an extra note. Because it's like kind of bursty here. Like there's 2 notes between this eighth and this quarter. And that's what threw off my parody. And it happens like again in the next verse, like the same thing. 2 notes between. Yeah, it just keeps happening where my parody keeps getting switched to where I think it should be. Is that also intended to be a bracket? Well, I guess it works either way. Yeah, it works either way. And luckily the deactivation rate's a really easy fix. Assuming attacks work the way I think they do, like in CRS files. If it's the first attack, you could just have like 0% stealth on or no stealth rather, for the whole song. But have it on like a 0.5 attack rate, as opposed to the defaults, or not 0.5, I'm sorry. It should be like ×2 to make it decay twice as fast. Yeah, I think the main thing is that this stuff needs to be toned down, for sure. Like, there's already the stutter scrolls going on. I'm also wondering, I'm just wondering also now about the consistency of the brackets. Like, I think I saw a few things where it seemed a little inconsistent. So that's a bracket. That's fine. Right, this is a bracket, that's fine. Bracket. That's not a bracket, but like, whatever. It's going with the music, it's doing its own thing. So here's where it starts getting weird for me, I think. Like, I'm not sure if these are supposed to be step jumps or brackets. They work either way, but if you do them as brackets, it gets a little weird, I think. I mean, it's still fine. That one's fine. That one is intended to be a bracket. Because if you do it as a step jump, then you have to double step out of it. So that much I know. Let's see. Okay, so it's... I do see two outliers here. One of them is... Let's see here. I think it was higher up. Yeah, okay. So, all of the ones that I was mentioning are doable as either step jumps or brackets. And that's because I think the longer hold is where the next tap is usually, except in this case. So like, you do a step jump here and then up, double step over here. If there's a bracket, you kind of switch over and then you're set up for the next pattern. Let's see. Yeah, I was talking about the other outlier down here, I think. This one I think is just weird either way, because like, you step jump, you couldn't step jump from here over here, but like that's a 16th at what, 166 I think it is. Or you bracket it, I think bracket is the intent, but like you're holding this as you bracket tap here, or you hold switch here. This pattern just looks really weird to me. Like this specific one. So I'll look at the rest. I don't think I had any problems with these step jumps. Like it all works. Still looks fine. Yeah, I think just the stuff that I mentioned are the problem areas. And just like the overall usage of stealth. That's like, that's what I'm seeing here anyway. Maybe more feedback than deserved, I think, maybe. What was it? Okay, yeah, they Halogen to specify light general. Well, hopefully this helps in any case. You know what? I've talked long enough that I think I'm gonna give it another full try. And then after that, I'll probably just call it. Because damn, I'm tired. I'm just spent. I'm just spent. I'm just gonna let it play through and then I'm gonna call it. Hold on. That might have been where it failed, and I think I might have seen something weird. I'm way too tired to get my suit head right now. I'm way too sweaty, I'm sorry. But thanks for the raid. I'm actually about to wrap things up, unfortunately, but let me see here. I was gonna go and review one more thing that I caught during watching the rest of that chart just now. But yeah, hope you had a good stream. What were you up to? it was during the step jump part, where it was like a... Where was it? Is this just where the stream starts? Yeah, I think this is just unbroken stream at this point forward. I swear I saw something weird though. Here, let's do this. I'm just gonna play this part. Yeah. That was it. That's, I think, what caught me super off guard. Because, here, let me slow it down. I don't think that this backwards facing is intended. So yeah. Okay, I'm gonna end the local recording for now. Might just play a couple more charts, since I had kind of a big raid. So that will be it for the YouTube video.